I will call the regular meeting of the Milpitas City Council of May 2nd, 2023 to order occurring both in person and via Zoom. City Clerk Guzetta, please take the roll call.
Councilmember Barbadillo. Vice Mayor Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Leanne.
Here.
Councilmember Fan.
Present.
Mayor Montano.
I'm here. Thank you. So before we adjourn to closed session, City Attorney Mutual Posse, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. You and the council have 3 items for today. The first is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representative is Nick Reish. Human Resource Director. The bargaining units are Leuna, UPEC, including ProTech, MEA, MidCon, IAFF, and MPOA. The second item you have is employee appointment hiring, title of city manager and recruitment process, agency designated representative, Nick Reish, Human Resource Director. Finally, you have public employee performance evaluation pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957 for the position of city attorney.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on any of the items that our city attorney mentioned?
We have no speaker cards and there are no hands in Zoom.
Thank you. With that, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So we are just coming back from closed session. And right now it is 7:20. So we would rise up to do the Pledge of Allegiance. And this time, the closed session item, yeah. So in closed session, city attorney, you weren't there, but I would have the city manager go ahead and since you were there.
For items A and C, no items to report out. Yes.
Thank you. On item B, the council opted to form a subcommittee related to city manager recruitment by a vote of 5-0 to 0 and appointed subcommittee members Mayor Montano and Vice Mayor Chua by a vote of 4-0 to 1 with Councilmember Leanne abstaining.
Okay, thank you for that. So now we will do the Pledge of Allegiance and Councilmember Fan, if you are scheduled to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Thank you for that. Next, I will present the invocations. So we have 3. Oh, actually, you're right. I was going to do the proclamations. So for the invocation, it is myself and just wanted to say a little prayer. So I want to thank all the audience that came here tonight. You know, civic duty is to be involved in your community. And most of you here are, you keep up with what's going on in the community. And we as the council members were elected by the people to make the wise decisions to create a sound and harmonious community, and especially to have a safe community where we can all live in harmony together and be the best city that we can be. So thank you very much for all your civic duty for being here. So now I will go and do the presentations. Okay, so we will have, the first one is Affordable Housing and Building Safety Month. So actually, I want to ask my council members if you'd like to come down. Would you like to come down? So this is a City of Milpitas proclamation for Affordable Housing and Building Safety Month. In pursuit of the city's commitment to provide safe and quality affordable housing, join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming the month of May 2023 as Affordable Housing and Building Safety Month. We are strongly committed to advocating and supporting affordable housing and building safety programs, services, and projects to provide an affordable, safe, and sustainable living environment for all of Milpitas residents. And I would like to invite John. You're the one that's accepting this? Who is the one that's accepting this? Oh, it's Robert. Robert. Okay, Robert. Here is your.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Regionally, May is recognized as Affordable Housing Month, and nationally, it is recognized as Building Safety Month by the International Code Council. So on behalf of my colleagues in the Building Safety and Housing Department, as well as the Office of Economic Development, I'm honored to accept this proclamation as recognition of our city and staff's continuous effort to uphold the highest standards in building safety, as well as its determination to create affordable housing for our city's residents. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Older Americans Month. Every May, the city of Milpitas joins the nation in celebrating the countless contributions that older adults make to our communities every day. This year's theme is Aging Unbound, which offers an opportunity to explore diverse aging experiences and discuss how communities can combat stereotypes. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming the month of May 2023 as Older Americans Month. Thank you. And so let's have our Senior Advisory Committee come up so we can celebrate the Senior Advisory Committee members and for all your hard work and dedication to volunteering to be on this committee.
And I was on the Senior Advisory Commission for 2 years, and I can attest to how hard these ladies and gentlemen work. Come on up, John, and Rick as well, and come on. So these are really hardworking commissioners. They have like events almost every month, and they're well attended. 150 participants or more. Thank you so much for your contribution to Milpitas. Jenny? Jenny's the chair. You want to say a little? Come on. I'll picture first. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Montano and all the City Council members. On behalf of the Senior Advisory Commission of Milpitas, I thank you for this City of Milpitas proclamation. Thank you.
Jen, you want to say something?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for acknowledging Senior Advisory Commission and Milpitas seniors. We're very honored to accept this proclamation and bring this recognition in the month of May to our Milpitas seniors. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, last but not least, this is Teacher Appreciation Week, or actually it's Teacher Appreciation Month. Today, we celebrate the teachers that tirelessly dedicate themselves to ensuring the future of students, spending countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating progress, counseling, and coaching students in performing community service. I ask you to join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council as we proclaim the week of May 8th through the 12th, 2023 as Teacher Appreciation Week in the city of Milpitas. And I would like to invite Sid Matthias. And she is a teacher at Weller Elementary School. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication.
Well, we each choose what our vocation will be, and we each do our very best. And as a teacher, this is my 23rd year, And I really do my best for the kids. And I can say the same for all the teachers at Weller, because parents entrust their children with us to teach them the academics and also to help them with their social and emotional skills. And I think it's a very important responsibility. So I do put in a lot of hours. And I'll probably be doing this for another 2 years, and then I'm going to give it up after 25 years. But I've really enjoyed it, and I can't see myself doing anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, this time I will give any speakers 3 minutes if they would like to speak. So now it's time to move on to public forum. So members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Public forum will be limited to, as I mentioned, to 3 minutes. And are there any speakers in the audience who would like to come and speak on any item?
Mayor, I have a card for Voltaire Montemayor.
Welcome, Voltaire. Come on up.
Milpitas. Oh, I have a topic in general. I will start. Okay, affordable housing and building safety. And Robert was mentioned. I hope not only us that could afford, we should have a house for the homeless. Now, the older Americans, I just heard from the former First Lady, Mrs. Obama, that we adults, even the young people, we should have the respect and love for everybody. Now, the teacher appreciation, I could teach people to play and be recognized as good chess player. I'm a chess player myself. In other words, you really have to focus on, but the thing is, playing chess, even though you're sleeping, you could see the knights or the rook or the horse jumping. So in other words, a lot of time consumed in chess playing also. And also, if you know, like the value of X and then the Y is equals X plus something, then that's all I know. So I could teach a little bit of arithmetic or a little bit of algebra also. I just heard, I get 1 minute. I just talked to Mayor and they danced out the other night and I wasn't there. It's a conflict of schedule, but at least I did something for the dance area. I helped on the dance floor. I could help making up the dance floor. In other words, like I was talking with one of you, is that last night? If we have international night, not only us dancing at somewhere, but everybody should enjoy in one international place that every nationalities will be attending. We may have a beauty contest, popularity contest, and popularity contest, beauty contest, including all the nations or nationalities in Milpitas. Then we will make some money also out of popularity contest. Imagine one roasted chicken will cost $5,000 sometimes. So that's big one when it comes to like within the social box. And now also the last night, Josh Clevenger, including Renee Lawrenson, I think the sports have also projects when it comes to happiness and sports in Milpitas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Just wanted to make also a side note that thank you, Mr. Montemayor, for helping set up the Knights of Columbus annual fundraiser. That the theme was Hawaiian, and what the Knights of Columbus does is they have fundraisers twice a year, and those monies, what they do is they have a annual Thanksgiving dinner for the community, especially those that are unhoused. Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay. Anyone from Zoom?
We have two hands raised. The first is Kavita S.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi, Honorable Mayor, and of course, all our City Council members. My name is Kavita Sridhar, and I'm actually a resident of Milpitas since the year 2007. I'm of South Asian immigrant origin, and I'm also a parent of a neurodiverse young lady. And in case you're not familiar with the term neurodiverse, as was evident in the previous meeting, it is people with developmental disabilities like autism, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, and of course, epilepsy being one of the other co-occurring conditions that my daughter also suffers from. Today, I'm here before you because I wanted to share with you about the several challenges that neurodevelopmentally different individuals like my child, who is actually supposed to be a student of the Milpitas Unified School District, but has completely been disserviced by the district to the extent that she has refused school for almost a year due to traumatic experiences at the school district and has not received any form of support from there. Now, I know it is not a city council agenda item, but how are students like her supported? There are over 900 students in the city of Milpitas who are supposed to be with IEPs and who are supposed to be in special education. And these students during the pandemic suffered incredibly learning losses and have not been able to still make up on those gaps in education. None of our children are graduating life ready or vocation ready. Let alone that, they're also excluded even at the parks and recreation level, at the city level. There are no programs that are supportive of our young adults and adolescents because our children need aides, need monitors, need programming that needs to be conducted at a time where at least chaperones are available for them to access city programming. There's also the issue that we do not have any accessible, adaptable parks. When I talk about that, I'm talking about parks like the Magical Bridge and a Rotary Play Garden. There's several cities that have that, our city doesn't. And our children are almost always excluded from consideration for any of the events, whether it's in terms of sensory-friendly places or events that are specific to appreciate them. In the city of Milpitas, Pragnya as an organization, which is a nonprofit organization, completely volunteer run, is supporting these individuals through academic augmentation, through social immersion, and also through conducting programming that is free for these individuals to attend with community members. Council member Han Lien is also familiar. We've invited her to some of our events. So has the Sergeant Hernandez, Captain Chief of Milpitas Police, Jared Hernandez.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your time is up. Is there another person? And I just want to remind the speakers that this is not the, if you're going to be speaking about CDBG, that will be coming up on one of the items on the agenda, and that's when you speak. So is there anyone from Zoom?
We have one more hand. That is Keyshawn S.
Okay, you may proceed.
Hi, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. I am just trying to voice out one of the problems which we are facing. I think it's pretty much echoing whatever the previous speaker, Kavita, talked about. The need for support for individuals who are neurodiverse, and Milpitas actually is home for several individuals who are neurodiverse, children and adults alike. And of course, I would really like to see if this is something to do with the access to these kind of supports for individuals in the community is lacking. And I want to voice it out so that the council is aware of the fact that we need to do a little more, if possible, to accommodate friends, my friends who are neurodiverse, like David, Tarun, and Atreyu, who are pretty much living in the Milpitas city, but not able to use any of the available amenities for the neurotypical individuals like myself. So I won't take much time. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to voice this out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now moving on to the announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We have City Attorney Michael Mutolopasi.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask you, Mayor, and each of the council members whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo. Vice Mayor Chua.
None.
Councilmember Leanne.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I am a none. Thank you.
I also ask Mayor Montano and members of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicant for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
None.
Vice Mayor Chua.
None.
Councilmember Leanne.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I am a none.
Let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts.
Thank you for that. So now we will read the code of conduct. Vice Mayor will read it.
Thank you, Mayor. Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliation related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making a policy decision on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any of my colleagues have any changes to make? If not, if you can make a motion.
I'd like to request a just cause accommodation per AB 2444, 2449. Yeah, to take care of my newborn, assist with childcare.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Han Lian. So let's take a vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Okay, so that was passed, that he will, Councilmember Anthony Fan will do the just cause of AB 2449. Okay, next one, consent calendar. Next we'll take a consent
Mayor?
calendar.
We still need to have the approval of the agenda.
Oh, okay, let's have the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Done. It was moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. Well, let's take a vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Okay, so it's passed. So now we will go on to the consent calendar. So staff, do you have any comments on the consent calendar?
No, we do not, Mayor.
Okay. Is it okay to proceed with the consent calendar? My thing's stuck on there.
Seeing none, move to approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. So it's moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. And now we will move on to the public comment, if any. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments on the consent calendar?
I have no cards and there are no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay. So now we will call for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you for that. And staff?
We'll move on to public hearing. Item 12. Conduct a public hearing to approve the substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2022-25 consolidated plan, the allocations for fiscal year 2023-24 community development block grant and the corresponding annual action plan, and authorize the use of $594,882.86 from the city's revolving loan fund to continue administration of the home rehab loan program. And we will have Robert Musalam, our Housing and Neighborhood Services Administrator, making the presentation for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwini. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and City of Milpitas residents. If we can move to the next slide, please. I'm going to begin this presentation with a brief background on CDBG. Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, is a grant program administered by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD. Through the federal budget, we receive a yearly allocation of funding to allocate to activities that service our community. The final funding allocated from HUD for the next fiscal year is $647,982. And as a reminder, each activity must benefit one of the national objectives listed here: benefit low and moderate income persons, eliminates or prevents slum or blight, or responding to a natural disaster. Next slide, please. So HUD has a pretty rigorous timeline that we must adhere to. On display is the CDBG timeline of events to allocate the upcoming fiscal year funding allocation. In December of 2022, staff alerted the known CDBG interested parties, that is organizations and the public that have demonstrated an interest in CDBG, to alert them that the application window is opening on January 16th and will be closing on February 17th. On February 27th, HUD announced our funding allocations. On March 1st, staff held a publicly noticed community meeting at the Community Advisory Commission meeting. Here we invite prospective applicants to provide comment as to why their applications should be considered for funding. On April 18th, staff held the first of two public hearings. As is required by HUD, the city must hold two public hearings each year to discuss and approve the annual action plan. And today is May 2nd, and we are conducting the second public hearing, and council will approve the final allocations for the upcoming fiscal year. And then our deadline to submit the annual action plan with the approved allocations is May 15th. Next slide, please. Okay, just some high-level policies. HUD allows a maximum of 15% of the total grant to be used for public services, 65% of the total grant to be used for capital projects, and 20% of the total grant to be used for planning and administration. There are no caps on economic development activities. We just have to allocate those funds with respect to the other caps listed above. A minimum of $5,000 is to be funded, and all awarded funds must directly service Milpitas residents and/or microenterprises. Next slide, please. So again, just to recap the application, the city received 19 applications from 18 different organizations. We received over $1.1 million in requests. We received 4 capital applications, 2 economic development applications, 12 public service applications, and 1 program administration application. Next slide, please. So just to display the available funding, this table displays a visual of our total allocation versus the amounts requested. It also displays that data across the different buckets of funding with their appropriate caps. So at the top, you see total allocation for public services at 15%, program administration at 20%, capital project 65%. As we mentioned earlier, our total allocation for this fiscal year is $647,982. We received almost $1.2 million in funding requests. For public services, the city can only allocate $97,197.30, and we received almost $200,000 more in requests than what we can allocate. Our program administration bucket is funded adequately. However, for capital projects, we can only allocate $421,188.30, and we received almost $200,000 more in requests than what we can allocate. And the city did receive $196,000 in economic development requests. Next slide, please. So summarizing our first public hearing on April 18th, Council provided staff feedback on the first draft recommendations. And so these are the high-level discussion points made by the Council at that meeting. Reallocating funding from Pragnia and Lighthouse of Hope to the Health Trust for their Meals on Wheels program. Reallocating funding from Life Moves and Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley to Terrace Gardens. The funding be allocated to the India Community Center and to the Health Trust. And that funding for a program to assist microenterprises, and that support for funding Life Moves and Rebuilding Together. So based on the feedback from the City Council, the available funding, and the caps on each of the categories, we have attempted to adjust the proposed allocations to best address Council input. The proposed approach, as you will see in the following slides, strives to adjust the allocations in an equitable manner while maintaining compliance with HUD guidelines. Next slide, please. So here are those recommendations, and we'll start with public services. Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County requested $15,000 to assist 124 residents in long-term care. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $14,000. Staff now proposes funding the agency $11,000. Child Advocates of Silicon Valley requested $14,000 to provide 4 youth court-appointed special advocate. Staff initially proposed $14,000. Staff now proposes funding the agency $11,000. Next Door Solutions to Domestic Violence requested $25,000 to provide support for 45 survivors of domestic violence. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $14,563.65. Staff now proposes funding the agency $11,563.65. And Senior Adults Legal Assistance requested $12,000 to assist 20 seniors with free legal services at the Barbara Lee Senior Center. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $12,000. Staff now proposes funding the agency with $10,000. Next slide, please. Silicon Valley Independent Living Center requested $13,070 to provide housing and support services for 44 individuals with disabilities. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $13,070, or staff now proposes funding the agency $11,070. YWCA Golden Gate Silicon Valley requested $30,530 to provide supportive services for 52 survivors of domestic violence. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $14,563.65. Staff now proposes funding the agency $11,563.65. Pragnia requested $75,000 to provide support to 300 individuals with developmental and intellectual disabilities. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $10,000, and that recommendation remains the same. Lighthouse of Hope requests $5,000 to provide counseling and psychological support to 23 residents. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $5,000, and that recommendation remains the same. Next slide, please. And here are the two that have been added. India Community Center requested $25,000 to provide support and lunch to 150 seniors. Staff did not propose funding for this agency, but staff now proposes funding the agency $5,000. And the Health Trust requested $40,640 to provide its Meals on Wheels program to vulnerable seniors. Staff did not initially propose funding for this agency, but staff now proposes funding the agency with $11,000. Next slide, please. Now with the updated allocation amounts, this slide provides a visual breakdown of funding across the different public service areas. With this proposed funding, 23.8% of the proposed public services allocation will be allocated towards domestic violence prevention. 26.8% will be allocated towards community funding or general public services. 38.1% will be allocated towards seniors, and 11.3% will be allocated towards children and youth. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to capital. To make room for a potential project benefiting microenterprises, which we'll get to in the next slide, funding had to be extracted from the capital projects in order to adhere to CDBG guidelines. So here are our updated recommendations for capital projects. Life Moves requested $150,000 to make improvements to the Julian Street Inn shelter. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $100,000, and that recommendation remains the same. Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley requested $258,973.95 to provide critical home repairs and accessibility modifications for low-income residents. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $199,999. Staff now proposes funding the agency $125,000. Terrace Gardens has two applications. Terrace Gardens requested for the first $5,500 to replace the original community room trellises. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $5,500, and that recommendation remains the same. And their second capital project request was for $205,840 to repair the roofs of the community building and G buildings. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $100,689.30. Staff now proposes funding the agency $125,688.30. Next slide, please. And this slide provides a visual of the funding across the different capital project service areas. With this proposed funding, 36.8% will be allocated towards affordable housing rental rehabilitation. 28.1% will be allocated towards public improvements, and 35.1% will be allocated towards maintaining and preserving housing. Next slide, please. Okay, and lastly, our slide of the economic development and program administration funding. Filipino American Chamber of Commerce requested $16,000 to aid 10 microenterprises in Milpitas. Staff initially proposed funding the agency $15,000. Staff now proposes funding the agency $10,000. Microenterprise Assistance Program. This was an activity that was proposed on April 18th through council discussion. Staff is proposing an allocation of $55,000 to an agency to be determined after receiving council direction if they choose to proceed with this activity. Project Sentinel requested $59,104 to assist 320 Milpitas residents with fair housing education. This recommendation remains the same. Next slide, please. Okay, we're now going to pivot because we are asking council to approve a substantial amendment to our consolidated plan. We did touch on this at the last meeting, but just to remind council, a consolidated plan is a 3 to 5 year plan on how the city intends to allocate HUD's yearly CDBG allocation. Each year through an annual action plan process, we demonstrate how we plan to accomplish the goals set out in the consolidated plan. When something about the plan changes, we need to amend that document to reflect that change. Our current plan was adopted in June of 2022 and is in effect until 2025. So changes such as a change in the priorities or how much funding is to be distributed for certain activities, changes like using new funds from program income that we didn't know we'd have, which is what the city will need to do and why we're bringing this item before you. So I'll cover our home rehab loan program again in more detail on the next slide, but our current program is not covered in the current iteration of the consolidated plan. And recently $594,882.86 in program income was paid back to the city, and it must be reallocated, which will require this amendment to the consolidated plan. Next slide, please. So just a little history on this program. The Home Rehab Loan Program was established over 20 years ago. It provides low interest rate loans to very low and low income property owners. To secure the city's loans, we place liens on each property to ensure that the city gets paid back. And if the property is ever sold, the funding bucket that these funds reside in is what's called a revolving loan fund. And revolving loan funds have very specific uses, such as the Home Rehab Loan Program. This rehab loan program is already a council and HUD approved activity. And when money is paid back into the revolving loan fund, that is what is called program income. And recent repayments have generated that $594,882.86 in program income. And per HUD guidelines, we must reallocate this program income as soon as possible. So staff is proposing to continue funding the Home Rehab Loan Program with these funds. Next slide, please. So our fiscal impact, City of Milpitas will receive fiscal year 2023-2024 formula allocation in the amount of $647,982 and authorizes the use of $594,882.86 from the city's revolving loan fund to continue administration of the Home Rehab Loan Program. Next slide, please. And lastly, our recommendations. Number one, open the public hearing, hear testimony, then move to close the public hearing. Number two, adopt the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual action plan recommendation allocation amounts. Number three, approve a substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2022-2025 consolidated plan. Number four, authorize the city manager or designee to make any necessary changes to the approved fiscal year 2022-2025 consolidated plan and fiscal year 2023-2024 annual action plan as needed to comply with CDBG submission guidelines. Number five, authorize the city manager or designee to execute CDBG agreements with the approved subrecipients and amend the CDBG agreements as needed to comply with CDBG guidelines. Number six, authorize the use of $594,882.86 from the city's revolving loan fund to continue administration of the Home Rehab Loan Program. And seven, authorize the city manager or designee to pursue a subgrantee to administer a microenterprise grant assistance program. That concludes my presentation. I am available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. That is a very great presentation. So now I will open up the public hearing and or any comments out from the public.
We have several cards, Mayor. The first one is Teresa Johnson, followed by Marina Sanchez.
So welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Teresa Johnson, and I'm the Director of Meals on Wheels for the Health Trust. Thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening, and thank you for your past support. The goal of our program is to provide food for seniors that are at nutritional risk and low income to help our clients stay in their homes. We would really like to thank the staff and you and as the council for consideration of our request for funding, and we hope that you will support the proposal this evening. We value our partnership with the City of Milpitas, and your support will help us provide an estimated 11,000 meals to seniors that are homebound in your community next year. I'd like to just briefly tell you about Marion, who's 79 years old and lives in Milpitas. She does live alone. She says that the Meals on Wheels program has saved my life. I would not have been eating this well without Meals on Wheels. She adds, Tom, my driver, is just wonderful, as are all of these staff. You folks are a miracle to me, and without the Health Trust, I would not be here. We provide more than a meal for our clients. In addition to hot or frozen meals, we provide wellness checks for them. If a client is not at home, we follow up to make sure that they're okay, contact their emergency contact, or in some cases, we have to call an ambulance or the police. And since many of our clients do live alone, our drivers may be the only people that they see during the week. For our most frail and elderly clients that are living alone, we offer a free Friends on Meals on Wheels program, and we provide seniors with social activities such as friendly phone calls, home visits, group telephone things, and different items like that. We also have Bachelor of Social Work interns that provide home visits and referrals for needed resources that they may need. We provide handmade quilts and cards to our seniors on their birthdays, and those living alone will get a holiday gift. Thank you for your support, and we look forward to serving the Milpitas seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Marina Sanchez.
Welcome, Marina.
Good evening, Mayor Montano and City Council members. My name is Marina Sanchez. I'm the property manager for Terrace Garden Senior Housing. On behalf of Terrace Garden Senior Housing, I would like to express my appreciation for your consideration of our CDBG applications for the replacement of our roofs on 2 of our low-income senior housing apartment buildings and the construction of our community room trellis. We understand that there are many competing priorities for CDBG funding, and we are grateful for your recognition of the importance of our project. The roofs on 2 of our buildings are in dire need of replacement, and the construction of our trellis will help to create a more welcoming and pleasant environment for our residents and their families. We believe that this project aligns with the objectives of the CDBG program, which is to support community development initiatives that benefit low and moderate income individuals and families. By providing funding for these critical improvements, we can help ensure that our senior residents have a safe and comfortable living environment while also promoting a sense of community and belonging. Once again, I'd like to thank you so much for your consideration of our CDBG applications. We remain committed to working closely with the city to ensure that our applications are successful and that we can continue to provide vital services to our community's most vulnerable Milpitas populations. We remain committed to working with our population to ensure that our community remains a place where all residents have access to safe, affordable, and inclusive housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marina. Next.
We have several hands raised in Zoom. The first will be Keyshawn S.
Welcome.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Kishan. I'm a resident of Milpitas and also the co-founder of and the volunteer board member of 501c3 nonprofit organization called Pragnya that serves neurodiverse individuals across the state of California. I want to thank the city of Milpitas for supporting our efforts in the city for the past 2 years through the CDBG grant. But then again, I also want to bring in the attention that the neurodiverse community still has little or no services support through the city or through school system or after school programs, or for the matter, any support they can get through recreational activities as well. So this brings us to what we do at Pragnya. Every single week, we have academic enrichment programs for special education for students. We have social activities such as soccer socials, music and dance socials for them every week. We also have community events which happens every month. In fact, even we worked with the Milpitas Police Department to organize an event called Friends, wherein they come together in a park and we assemble and we actually do activities with the police officers. And of course, we do this across the thing, but Milpitas was the first place we started the program at. We also train students who are neurotypical to become allies through our Ally Support program. And again, neurodiversity doesn't see age. They are aging out of school systems. They're finding it hard to find jobs. So we do job coaching, and we also offer job placement supports for these individuals. And we also offer counseling support for families who are supporting or caring for the individuals with IDDD, which is intellectual and developmental disabilities. Apart from this, we also do advocacy support and training on systemic supports, how they can access generic resources and people. All this is done by our volunteer-run nonprofit. Funding is required, yes, and the need is immense. That's true, because we're trying to see if there are many families who need the support in the Milpitas catchment itself. And conducting these activities, we generally require a larger space. But again, we're trying to see if we can procure that. We need Also dedicated staff and resources to support the activities we are doing for individuals. We request City of Milpitas to step up and consider this community to be supported, because the intellectual disabled community is a minority which actually is, unfortunately, for nobody's fault, suddenly remains excluded from most of the programs and also plannings which happens in the city level. So once again, I want to thank you for the continued support, and I would request you to consider doing more programs or towards benefiting neurodiverse individuals. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Kishan. Next.
The next is Georgia Basil.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Georgia Basile. I'm the directing attorney of Senior Adults Legal Assistance. You know us as SALA. We are a nonprofit law office that provides free legal services to Milpitas residents 62 or older, targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse or loss of independence. We provide our services at appointments at Barbara Lee Senior Center and by phone for clients that cannot leave their homes or with emergencies. Our current funding from Milpitas CDBG supports expanded availability of our services for your seniors, and we thank you so very much. Under the Older Americans Act, which is our primary mandate, we cannot charge fees of our clients for any services they receive, or we can't also accept fee-generating cases. So as a result, we rely primarily on grants like CDBG to help us provide the highest level of service possible. We are recommended for $10,000 in the city staff's proposed recommendations before you this evening. We're very thankful for that recommendation, although it does represent a reduction from our original request. That said, we understand there is very limited funding, and the ultimate decision is with the City Council. So we appreciate any funding that we might receive. I hope we can count on your support this evening, and we want to thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Georgia. Is there anyone else?
The next is Kavita S.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Montano, and also City Council members. You can possibly sense the passion in my voice when I started speaking initially without realizing that I had to wait for the CDBG section. So thank you for the opportunity to be able to address you again and drive home to you the importance of being able to support this unfortunately marginalized, neurodevelopmentally different community, like my child and like many of her peers who study at the Milpitas Unified School District and who are also living in care homes in Milpitas and adult residential facilities. Today, I just want to share as a part of Pragna as an organization, how grateful we are, because we are completely run by public funds and we are completely a volunteer-driven nonprofit. And the work that goes into supporting these individuals, whether it's in terms of the academic augmentation programs, or for that matter, counseling support for many of us immigrant families who don't know how to get support. And if they're non-English speakers, if they're Spanish-speaking families, how difficult it is for them to sit in an IEP meeting and get advocacy support, let alone translation support. Pragna actually offers counseling and support and training for all these families who are part of it. And in Milpitas itself, we're talking about 900 families in special education, let alone the thousands of residents who are possibly neurodiverse or are living in care homes, who probably don't even have bigger natural circles of support. Today, I'm logged in from a conference that I've come here to, where I've come for legislative advocacy, for the SELPA legislative advocacy, and I'm speaking from here just to emphasize how important it is for this community and their families to get the support that they need in Milpitas. We've barely even scratched the surface. There's so many families that need to be served. We're looking for more funding to be able to accommodate them for activities and community events. And we really urge each and every single one of you, Council Member Ondian, you've been on the school district board. You understand the need for special education support services as well, and after school supports for these students. So I really beseech each of you to please consider the funding request that we have made and actually allocate it so that our individuals can receive the support they need to live a life of dignity and respect in our community. Thank you again for your consideration, and I apologize for speaking out of turn in the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
The next is Elena Purcell Schroeder.
Welcome, Elena.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elena Purcell Schrader. I'm the Development Director at Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley. I want to thank Robert and his fellow City of Milpitas staff, the Commission, and Council for your ongoing support of Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley's life-changing home repair program. I'm honored to share with you all our amazing work. As I have been fortunate to share in the past, our organization has been providing life-changing home repairs to low-income neighbors in need across Santa Clara County for over 32 years. I want to iterate that Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley is unique in our role to provide very cost-burdened neighbors in the city of Milpitas necessary safety modifications and home repairs. Our programs make sure the Milpitas neighbors in need, who are often low-income seniors, people with disabilities, veterans, and families with young children, that we support have basic necessities like heat in the winter, hot water, safe electrical conditions, plumbing and roofs that don't leak or cause further damage to the home. We keep people safe in their homes, preventing people on the brink from becoming unhoused. We help to retain and preserve assets for generations to come. We provide a renewed sense of independence and safety by making sure they can get in and out of their homes safely and move about their homes without the fear of falling. Every $1 invested into our programs has nearly 3 times the social return on investment. Unfortunately, after the last City Council meeting, our original funding recommendation was greatly reduced. This would greatly impact our capacity to serve our applicants within the City of Milpitas. We understand there are many worthy organizations applying for funding and that staff have applied a thoughtful process to their suggested allocations. However, I would urge the Council to reconsider the staff's original recommendation for these critical programs. Thank you again for the City of Milpitas staff for their time and effort supporting our very beneficial programs and for the Council's consideration of the original staff funding recommendation to continue providing our greatly needed minor home repair program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena. Anyone else?
Liza Navarro.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and all of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to make sure that you are aware that we are grateful and thankful to be in partnership with you for the last 2 years as the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce continue to provide training programs as well as one-on-one training for small businesses in the city of Milpitas to get them to a sustainable and growth stance towards the future. We're happy to also mention that we have helped a couple of new businesses to be set up in the city of Milpitas. So not only are we helping existing businesses, but we're also trying to outreach and help people get new businesses started in city of Milpitas. And we're thankful for the grants that we've received the previous years. And although our request this year has been reduced, we are also happy to see that you have a micro business grant that may be available to those people that we have helped, because one of their main concern is that access to funding or capital to grow their business. But at this time, we again would like to say thank you for the partnership, and we look forward to serving more people, serving more businesses in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro. Is there anyone else?
That was the last hand raised on Zoom.
Okay, great. So now I am going to close the public hearing. And I would like to have any council discussion from my colleagues on any of these items. Is there anyone that would like to mention anything? Well, I have something I have a question actually, since none of my colleagues are. They said, I think it is Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley. So I have a question for this organization. Do you also provide assistance for folks, homeowners that would like to build an ADU in their property? Or is that a staff question?
Hi, Mayor. I would ask to see if Alana is still on. Perhaps the city clerk can assist and see if Alana can raise her hand.
Yes, I have her. I can hit allow to talk now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Montano, for the question. We don't currently have a program that works to assist with the installation of ADUs. However, we are continually searching out partnerships and considering future programming that could do just that.
Well, that's great if that's something that you're looking into. That would really help a lot of citizens that want to build an ADU in their backyard or convert their garage. Thank you for that. The other question I have for you, there's been several folks that, especially seniors, that their water heater has gone out, and it's either during a weekend, like Sundays, or during holidays. Do you, if they were to call you, would you come out, or how does that work? Do you help them with that? And it's like an emergency to replace their water heater?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
I apologize. I thought I was back on mute. Yes, we are. The way that our program is currently set up, because of the restricted amount of funding, and because we do have to income qualify individuals prior to supporting them, there typically is a little bit longer turnaround time from the time someone notifies us of a situation that could be critical, completes an application, and then our technicians are able to go back out in the field and make those assessments and potential repairs. So it's unfortunately not as quick of a turnaround due to some of those stricter restrictions. But we do our best if we are notified of emergent situations like that to expedite that process.
Well, that's great to hear. So what would be that time frame of when they put the application in, and then how long does it take?
Our typical application time period for most applicants is about 4 weeks from the time that they initially submit their application and go through the income verification process. And then our technicians are able to go on site and make those repairs. Depending on the emergent situation or on the type of repairs that are needed, or whether or not we might need to pull permits, sometimes that time frame can be a little bit shorter, or sometimes it can be a little bit longer.
Yeah, 4 weeks is pretty long for someone to wait. All right, thank you so much. Any comments from my council members? Okay. Oh, there's one.
Thank you, Mayor. Seeing there are no more comments, move to approve all the items that have been recommended by our staff.
There's a second, and it's seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. So it's moved by Vice Mayor Chua, seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. So now we're going to call for the vote.
May I clarify the motion before the council would be to adopt the financial year 2023-2024 annual action plan with recommended allocation amounts as set forth tonight, approve a substantial amendment to the financial years 2022 to 2025 consolidated plan, authorize the acting city manager or designee to make necessary changes to the approved fiscal year 2022 to 2025 consolidated plan and the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual action plan is needed to comply with CGB submission guidelines, to authorize the acting city manager or designee to execute CBDG agreements with the approved subrecipients and amend the CBDG agreements as needed to comply with CDBG guidelines, and authorize the use of $594,882.86 from the city's revolving loan fund to continue administration of the home rehab loan program, and authorize the acting city manager or designee to pursue a subgrantee to administer micro enterprise grant assistance program. Is that the motion before the council?
So does the maker of the motion agree with what the city attorney mentioned?
Yes, I agree to all 7 items as recommended by staff.
And also from the second, do you, Councilmember Barbadillo, do you agree with that? Okay. All right. So it has been recommended by both. And now we have to vote.
Prior to taking action pursuant to AB 2449, Councilmember Anthony Fan will need to announce any adults that are in the room with him.
Councilmember Fan, do you hear us?
No other adults.
Thank you. Let's call for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Oh, hold on.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Okay, so it passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Okay, next one is I will have Assistant City Manager Shwini contact.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 13 is consider community garden rules and regulations update. And we will have our Director of Recreation and Community Services, Renee Lorenzen, making the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Assistant City Manager, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I will be going over the item tonight on considering community garden rules and regulation updates and rules and regulations for gardens at New City Park. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background for everyone. The city currently has one operating garden. It's via a joint use agreement with the Milpitas Unified School District at Weller Elementary, otherwise known as the Cesar Chavez Garden. We also have a new garden that will be coming online with the new Delano Manongs Park, which will open this summer 2023. The Parks, Recreation and Cultural Resources Commission, or PRCRC bylaws, require that the community garden rules and regulations are reviewed by that advisory body and then recommended to the City Council for final approval. As I mentioned previously, the Cesar Chavez Garden is already in operation and those rules and regulations are in place. However, the new garden that's anticipated at the Delano Manongs Park has not yet been approved. Next slide. So we're going to start with the first new garden at Delano Manongs. This new park includes, it's a potable water garden, first off, and it hosts 24 raised plots, including 4 ADA accessible plots that are on wheels that lock. Other garden amenities include a garden that is completely fenced in with security and a coded access door. There's an on-site shed to house equipment and tools for the gardeners. There's also a water fountain and a wash sink, and it's set in one of the city's newest and most beautiful parks. So the city staff made recommendations and presentations to PRCRC in January and again on February 6th. On February 6th, we did go over new rules for this park and its garden, including eligibility and term limits to the PRCRC, to which they have made recommendations to the council that you're hearing this evening. Next slide. So we'll start with program eligibility. As you know, this park and this garden is nestled in between a more urban area with higher density housing. So with that, the city staff brought forward program eligibility for the Delano Manong's Garden that would have 3 priority areas. So plot assignment priority would be given to qualifying Milpitas residents in the following order. First is priority A. Those are Milpitas residents who live within a 2.5-mile radius of the garden and are in urban housing settings. Single-family resident homes would not qualify and are enrolled in Milpitas Assistance Program, receiving county, state, or federal assistance, CalFresh or PG&E cares. So they're lower income and very low income houses. Priority B would be Milpitas residents living within a 2.5-mile radius of the garden and in high density housing. And priority C would be any Milpitas resident who is interested in gardening there. Next slide. So the next item up is term limits and general rules. The PRCRC is recommending that this garden have term limits for their plots of 7 years. After the gardener's 7-year period ends, they can apply for a new 7-year term if there are no residents on the waiting list. If there is an active waiting list, then the gardener or a member of that household could place their name back on the waiting list at the end of their term. The new garden rules and regulations are very close to Cesar Chavez Gardens and include, but aren't limited to, directives such as basic gardener conduct, types of allowable and unallowable vegetation, similar to the Cesar Chavez Garden, with a few notable differences regarding potable watering versus recycled watering. Next slide. So when we presented the information on the rules and regulations, as well as considerations for terms and resident dwelling restrictions, city staff did look at other community or municipally run gardens around us that had similar structures. So the below table just reflects a few of the cities that we surveyed. Most of them do have term limits. However, dwelling restrictions only exist in one of the cities where the priority is given to those living in higher density housing. So just a quick review, Mountain View, they have a community garden. You can garden for 1 year only. There's no dwelling restrictions. In Cupertino, you have a 3-year term, and priority is given to those that live in higher density housing. And in Campbell, it's a 5-year term to be in their garden, and there's no restrictions on housing. Next slide. So we're going to move into the Cesar Chavez Garden. So at the January 9th Parks and Rec Commission meeting, the commission requested that staff agendize a broader community garden discussion at the February meeting. They were hearing concerns about equity at this site due to the length of the waiting list at the Cesar Chavez Community Garden, as a result of there being no existing limitations on how long gardeners are able to participate in the program at that site. So they requested that staff return in February with a presentation that included the current gardener demographics, program term limit examples, and including comparable local community garden examples like I just provided. Next slide. So here's a little bit of information on our Cesar Chavez Community Garden. It's a garden that has 48 plots that are available to Milpitas residents, the Milpitas Unified School District, and the City of Milpitas. The school district and the city each have 3 plots assigned to them to work programs or with their classrooms on agriculture and just growing and gardening. All plots are 600 square feet. This is a recycled water system garden, and there are currently 118 people currently on the wait list. Next slide. This map shows where our Cesar Chavez gardeners live. So as you look at the map, I'll just give a little bit more data about who's gardening right now. So we have 34 plot holders that live in single family residences. 6 of the plot holders live in non-single family homes. So they live in higher density homes. 37 of our plot holders are resident seniors. So that means 50 plus. And 3 of the plots are assigned to residents anywhere between the ages of 18 to 49 years old. So you can see on the map, the highest cluster of residents is actually right around the garden. And then there's a few outliers that stretch west down as far as over by the Great Mall, and then east, southeast, if you will, just past Yosemite Drive. Next slide. So how long have the gardeners at Cesar Chavez been in the garden? That was a big question that the Parks and Rec Commission. So we have, starting with data that's beginning in 2002, we have 8 plot holders who joined that year. So they're all still with us, and they've been gardening at the Cesar Chavez garden for 20 years. We have one that joined in 2004, who's been in the garden for 18 years. One that started in 2012, who's been with the garden for 10 years. 2014, we had 3 join that have been with us for 8 years. In 2015, we have 1 gardener that joined that's been with us for 7 years. And then you see in 2017, this big uptick. So in 2017, we did transition the Cesar Chavez garden from potable to recycled water. We did shut the garden down for some time to make that infrastructure change. And so many of the gardeners that were there decided that they were going to make or garden in their own homes and didn't want to garden with recycled water. So there's a large uptick in 2017. Those 18 plot holders that joined have been with us for 5 years. In 2021, we had 7 gardeners join who've been with us for about 1.5 years. And then in 2022, we have 1 plot holder that joined that's been with us a little less than 1 year. Next slide. So we'll talk about the people who are on our wait list right now. So as I mentioned before, the wait list is 118 residents strong, and the demographics of people on that waiting list are those that are 50 or older. There's about 74 residents. 44 of the residents on the wait list are between the ages of 18 and 49. 67 of the wait list participants live in a single family residence home, and 51 of people on the wait list live in a non-single family resident house or in a higher density housing situation. Next slide. So we presented this information to the Parks and Rec Commission, and we ran over a couple of scenarios for them to talk about, including the term limit information that they asked about, dwelling type restrictions, and then we added in some information about how, if there were term limits applied and approved at the city council level, that a plot transition would need to happen. So there were 3 scenarios that we went over. One would be a term limit of 5 years for each gardener. The dwelling type would be restricted to non-single family residents, to those that were in higher density housing, but those people would not be able to have a private yard, which would include a terrace. In scenario 2, the term limit discussed was a 7-year term. And again, the dwelling type restriction would be non-SFR or non-single family resident with no private yard, including a terrace. And scenario 3 was to leave it the way that it is now, that there's no term limit restrictions, and that dwelling type could be anybody, whether it's single family home or medium or high density housing. For plot transition, if there was a change that was to be made, staff had recommended that we would start with the longest standing gardener and would start working our way through the list for those that have been here the longest, and start bringing people from the wait list into the garden, being careful that we would allow our current gardeners to finish their current harvest through spring of 2024, and then start the transition with new gardeners onto their plots in the summer of 2024. So about a year and a few months and change from now. Next slide. So at the end of that discussion with the Parks and Rec Commission, at the end of it, the recommendations were the following: to do a 7-year term limit. Eligible residents would be restricted to those that do not live in single family residence and have no private yard, including terraces. They did recommend that we grandfather in all current gardeners who would be subject to the new 7-year term limit, which would start now or at the time of a council approval of this scenario. This option of grandfathering in is not recommended by staff at this time, because that would mean that there would be no movement at this garden at all for the next 7 years, unless someone elected to leave or was non-compliant with the garden rules and regulations and then was made to leave. They also recommended that we begin implementing a transition plan, and that would be starting with refining the wait list. So anyone that's on the wait list that wouldn't qualify in the 7 years, mainly not living in Milpitas or living in a single family resident home, would be taken off the wait list. So anyone new that would come into the garden would qualify under the new rules and regulations. So staff is seeking feedback from the City Council on the Cesar Chavez Garden tonight, and we'd come back with final rules and regulations at a later date. But before we get to that, we have one more recommendation from the Parks and Rec Commission. Next slide. So as part of the larger discussion, the Parks and Recreation Commission did feel that even with recommended changes to the Cesar Chavez Garden of having term limits, that access to the site is highly desirable, and another way to create more opportunities at this garden is to make the plot sizes smaller. They are 600 square feet, which are quite large. Some people would love to have an apartment that size. So they are large plots that some of our gardeners have mentioned is quite an undertaking. So they are recommending that City Council at some point consider directing city staff to research the feasibility of dividing the larger plots into smaller garden plots. And that way plot number or asset would double, therefore allowing more people into the garden. Staff hasn't performed any cost estimating work on this recommendation, but if it is the desire of the council tonight to have us look into that, we would bring that back to you all through the council prioritization process later in the fiscal year. Next slide. So next steps. So upon approval, we hope tonight, of the Delano Manongs Park Community Garden Rules and Regulations, staff will finish the program materials and start taking registration. And we anticipate opening the garden itself in the fall of 2023. We also would like to receive feedback from the City Council on the recommendations from the PRCRC regarding the Cesar Chavez Community Garden. The feedback that we received tonight will help us refine the draft of those rules and regulations, and we would bring that back to the City Council at a future meeting for final approval. And then any feedback for staff that you would like to give on researching plot reconfiguration at Cesar Chavez Garden is also encouraged this evening. Next slide. Fiscal impact, just want to make sure everyone understands that the recommendations tonight, changing or adopting new garden rules, does not have any fiscal impact at this time. Next slide. And finally, recommendations is to approve the new community garden rules for the community garden at the Delano Manongs Park, receive recommendation from the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Commission on the Cesar Chavez Garden plot reconfiguration, and also to provide feedback tonight on potential changes to the community garden rules for the Cesar Chavez Garden. That concludes the presentation, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Lawrence. Renee. Now I'm going to call for public comment.
We have 4 speaker cards and then at least 1 hand raised in Zoom. The first public speaker card is from Pat Young, followed by Harvey Fruzio, and then Joanne de Herrera.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome.
Apologize. This is my first time in here. I want to make a suggestion before you guys make all the changes is please visit the garden, because if you want to make a recommendation, I suggest that you see what it is right now. Right? I'm one of the 18 that joined in 2017. And it is really great. It is a community garden. You know, the people over here are my community neighbors. We talk, we chat, right? So it is kind of disheartening if we get limited to 7 years. It takes a while just to cultivate the soil. I mean, 2 years is nothing. I mean, it's totally different than the newer garden, because those are raised. Raised, I mean, you have all the soil brand new from the ground up, right? It is pretty high, as I was told, like at least 2 feet. So you have nice ground soil. But in Cesar Chavez is level. So we have to dig. And then it's not enough. You have to till multiple times. So just to get the condition of the soil right, it takes 2 years. I'm not sure how many of you is active gardener. I mean, really get into the soil. It takes us 2 years to get the garden. Yes. So you know how long it takes. Plus, it takes a while to just even onion to grow, right? It's about 3 months. And then it goes away. And then we have, it's seasonal. You have summer plants, you have winter plants, right? You have to work it out. So I think cutting the plot size is fine. I think is fine. Right? Most people don't use the whole thing. Take it back. Some people do not use the whole thing, but we do. The other thing is that when you, I would really encourage you guys, the Park and Rec Commission, City Council, anybody that's interested in making the decision, please look at the garden right now. And also budgetary issue, right? As it is right now, it's been remodeled in 2017, but it is a mess. You guys should go and see it. I mean, the gate was broken. It was partially repaired, but not quite. Now there's weed growing in the area, so it has to be clean. We do as much as we can to help the others. I mean, to help clean up the garden and the outlying areas. So it's just that my suggestion is, yes, this is nice to look at the plan, but plan has to be feasible. Plan has to be workable. I think it's all one.
Thank you.
Seconds.
Thank you. Time is up. Sorry.
Okay, very quick,
Thank
very
you.
quick.
No, but it's time is up. I'm sorry. Next.
The next speakers in order are Harvey Frazeo, Joanne De Herrera, and then followed by Mark Flores.
Remember, we have 3 minutes. That's the max. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Joanne De Herrera, and I love gardening there at the Cesar Chavez Garden, and I appreciate it. But I do have concerns. One is going to be the reconfiguration, and I have no problem with it being reconfigured. The plots are big, but my concern is how many they're going to be subdivided. Initially, at the February meeting, PRCRC meeting, it was suggested to dividing it into 10. And if you saw the plots, you might think that, oh yeah, 10 can fit here, but you have to take into consideration walking around each of the plots, dragging your hose from who's going to be in the middle. They're not going to like being in the middle. They're number 5 or they're number 6. They have to drag their hose across somebody else's plot and potentially mess up the other person's plants. So the number of plot subdivision should really be considered, maybe 3, maybe 4. But anyway, the other thing that I'm concerned about is the gate, as was mentioned. It doesn't close automatically. People walk in without being a gardener. And so it's kind of hard to control even things. They get in and plants are stolen. So to have a gate similar to the one at the school that was just recently installed at the Weller schoolyard is a really nice gate because it automatically closes behind you. The other thing that concerns me are the rules. Great rules, not implemented. A lot of the gardeners do whatever they want to do. And I know staff is short, but if you're going to have rules, they need to be followed. And if you're given a deadline to clean up whatever you have to do, then, are they going to keep postponing from the deadline? Or, when does that person have to clean up their mess or have to leave? So rules, sure, but the proper staff to implement them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
The next speaker is Harvey Frazeo, followed by Mark Flores, followed by Voltaire Montemayor.
Thank you. Welcome.
Harvey is not here. So the next speaker is Mark Flores, followed by Voltaire Montemayor, then Enedina Navarro.
Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mark Flores. I'm a local resident, also one of the plot holders. So I have a concern also about that the city staff needs to take care of abandoned plots within our garden. Last time I counted, there were like around 5 to 7 plots that haven't been attended or have weeds inside them that hints that they are abandoned. Also, I agree with one of my community garden committee members is that we put a lot of effort and our own money to make our plants grow and also to enjoy the plants, enjoy the garden as it is right now. And then I also agree with the concerns that the rules don't seem to be enforced within our garden. So that would be great to make all these rules, but someone needs to be enforcing them. Another point that I have is that I disagree with the exclusion of the single family rental parts because we are also part of the community and should be included in because we are also residents of the city. But if the commission recommends to give the opportunity to other community members, that's fine, but also include the same way you have the city has the priorities on the list. They could be lower priority, but we should also be included too. And thanks for the opportunity to speak and have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Voltaire Montemayor, followed by Enedina Navarro. And then if Harvey does come back, Harvey Frazeo.
Welcome, Voltaire.
Thank you, Voltaire Montemayor of Milpitas. Yeah, good previous speakers. At least we farmers, gardeners are here and we are trying to voice out what we wish. Let me start with the sentiment of, let's say 7 years almost gone and you say, oh, I want more years, but we can't do anything. At least we have the comparative cities. We consider everyone's already considering all the waste. And then there's also another sentiment, the anxiety that when will I be going there and doing mine? So both sentiments are considered. That's why instead of the no limit, just leave it now. Actually, I'm with the PRCRC and thanks, Renee. Thanks, the group, I mean, the commissioners. And dividing the area, also reducing it. There's a problem of right of way. We don't have helicopters dwelling there. I mean, hovering, so it's hard. And now we don't have an acre, hectares of land. I wish we have. Then that'll be the start. We could do it also as a revenue. It could be these gardens could be a tourist spots. Let's say if we have enough space for having to produce the biggest, heaviest pumpkins, then it's a tourist spot. The longest string beans is in Milpitas. So it could be a tourist spot. Now, with that, we could include it in the loop of the PRT. In other words, the personal rapid transit to go to the garden, and then visitors will pay. I don't know. It could be an earning revenue. I have more to say. Now we could recognize the best farmer, the best gardener. Then it's also an incentive. What I have some more. Anyway, thanks to the city. Thanks for this privilege that we're having. So, can we ask people to donate areas? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next is Enadina Navarro, followed by Harvey Cruzeo.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Councils. Okay, I am living here in Milpitas since 1999. When I came here, I passed by the community garden. I love it so much. I applied to it. I came to the city. Anyways, and I applied for it. I have to wait on 2002, and I have to wait for 16 years for waiting for the plot. And we got it on 2017. Me and my husband, because we have been working with it, and also we have the opportunity to teach my nephews how to harvest, how to grow the food in Milpitas. And like one of the persons were mentioning that to have the soil in a good shape, we have to work so hard. Then I know that this is not our land, it's Milpitas land. And I'm gonna say thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to work in it and have it ready to have something for to have fun. It helped us a lot. For the old people, I see it like they have something for living. I heard that there is, they wanted to remove the people who has 20 years. But remember that those people, they are the ones who have living more years here in Milpitas than me. And I don't think it's worth it because they are, they're part of the community. And yes, that's right. We need to share. But in this case, they're getting old. And there is something that they enjoy. I can see them that they enjoy every time when they see each other talking in there about how they're going to grow up, everything every year. Then if you guys split it also, it's going to be less work for them and work for us. And thank you very much for giving us that opportunity. And if you don't split it, it would be better. For me, it has been helping me so much for depression and do see the plants, how they grow. It is a lot of fun. Then thank you very much. And hopefully it's going to continue the same. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Next, if he is back, we have Harvey Frizeo.
Welcome.
It looks like he is not back. So we will move to Zoom. We have JR.
Welcome, JR.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. This is Jackie Romero, resident of Sunny Hills since 1983. I've walked by that garden several times during my walks, and I do get to see the gardeners there. Never really knew how that all worked, to be honest with you, as a resident. I never looked into it. But the reason why I'm speaking tonight is because my neighbor does, and she goes there every day. She did not speak tonight, probably because she can't make it over. She doesn't drive. And I'm really, touched by the last speaker and how she shared so openly. And that's the same for my neighbor. She goes over there every day, and that's her go-to. And so I'm kind of advocating for the people that are already there, the people that have done the work, the people that have, cared for that garden throughout the years. And, one thing I want to bring up is like the theater, what happened with the theater. This is the 40th year of the theater. And 3 years ago, this situation happened with the theater that somebody wanted to come in and change things. And unfortunately, it changed the theater to the point where the theater is struggling severely right now, and nobody is taking care of it. Well, look at the garden. You have people that stepped up today to advocate for themselves, to advocate for our community, to advocate for our Sunny Hills community, because ultimately that honestly should be in the area of the Sunny Hills residents that are caring for it. And you see other people from other areas coming in and gardening there. Now you're opening a different area. They're going to have the newer stuff, you know, the rules, the fencing and everything. And Sunny Hills is still going to be stuck with what we've got. And you've got, again, people that actually care for the garden at Cesar Chavez at Sunny Hills Park. And so I think what's important is to look at and talk to the gardeners that are there before you make a decision. Make sure you talk to the stakeholders and find out how they're feeling about it. Not just the 5 that showed up tonight, but all of them, because they all have a voice. Maybe they just didn't know that tonight was happening, or maybe they were unaware that they could speak about it and advocate for themselves. And the other idea is open more community gardens. We have so many parks here. We have so many schools that have vacant areas in their land that we can actually make this a community of community gardens. So the one that's opening up, I don't even know where it's going, but maybe one over at Rancho Russell could have a little area. There's areas over there that there's dead land. Nothing's happening with that land, especially if you look at Murphy Park. Murphy Park has a lot of dead area there too. And so Ben Rogers, there's just so many parks that we have that every little area of Milpitas could have their community garden, and everybody, it could be a win-win-win for everybody. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope you guys have a great night. Thank you.
Next.
I have no additional speaker cards or hands in Zoom.
Okay, is the person that was there and then he wasn't there, is he back? He or she?
No, he's not.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to have council discussion. Any members of the on the dais, council members? Let's have Councilmember Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. So the changes to the rules and regulation, the Cesar Chavez Garden was vetted and recommended by Parks and Recreation Commission. Renee?
Sorry, it took a little effort to get my mute button undone. So the recommended changes to the Cesar Chavez Garden were started through the Parks and Rec Commission. There are a few changes in there related just to new rules about standing water that staff had initiated. The questions from the commission regarding the term limits and the length or just the amount of people that are on the wait list is why they asked for information to establish term limits and restricting access to the garden to residents who don't have a yard to garden in.
Did we ask input from the stakeholders, from the plot owners?
So the gardeners were invited to the Parks and Rec Commission meeting where we discussed it in February to provide comment. Many of the gardeners who are here tonight provided comments that evening as well. There were probably a few more at the commission meeting than tonight. And then we informed the gardeners last week that you would be hearing this item as a discussion this evening.
So I'm looking at the red line for 7 years. What was it before?
There was no term limit whatsoever. Yeah, no term limits.
How big are the plots?
The plots at Cesar Chavez Garden are 600 square feet, 20 by 30.
100 square feet, that's big.
Yeah.
Well, one of the speakers suggested, considering the age brackets of people who love to garden and actually our plot holders, would it be feasible to, again, in accordance to the age bracket and their interests and physical capacity, to divide that 600 square feet to open up more? Well, I'll defer this to you and probably to the plot holders, but it's just an idea. If that's something to relieve the line of the waiting list, that's something probably that we could explore.
Correct, council member, and that was a recommendation from the commission that the city council asked that you just direct staff if you'd like us to look into that. As I mentioned before, this garden, Cesar Chavez, is on recycled water, and so South Bay Recycled Water is one of the reporting agencies for recycled water gardens. So we had a brief informal conversation with them during an inspection, and they did mention that the plots, it's possible that they could be divided, not into 10, that would be too much, but there'd be more work to be done that the council would need to direct staff to do at a priority setting meeting, to look into could it be divided, and then what the cost would be to update the infrastructure to divide those plots.
Okay, if that's something that we could consider at least look at.
Yes.
Of course, with the consent of the whole council. So was there a reason for the 7 years? I can claim to be a green thumb as well, and I understand the cycle of planting seasonal plants. Was 7 years from an idea resulting from research, or why was it 7 years, or it's just a lucky 7?
I'm not a green thumb either. I won't even pretend to be, but I think where 7 years came from was part of a discussion that did start from comments from the gardeners about that it does take time to cultivate that land and to get the soil where they want it to be. They grow different things. There's different seasons and prime times to grow and to plant, so that maybe 5 years was not quite enough time, 10 years was too much, but 7 was kind of in the middle. So I think that's what I recall that conversation being.
Okay. And what I've heard tonight is some request to enforce rules. 4 years ago, I was the liaison for Parks and Rec, and I've heard this. You were there, Renee. I've heard that there's some unfollowing of the rules of the garden, and it's not surprising. It's we're hearing it again after almost 6-7 years. So how do we enforce rules and regulation? Have we been enforcing? Is it a complaint-driven thing? Is it a self-regulatory to the plot holders? How would it be?
So staff goes out to the plot, to the garden, and they look for compliance. If they see something in the rules that is, egregious, they're planting the wrong thing, or they've got structures that they're not supposed to have, then there's a tagging system that goes out to the plots. So they tag it on site, and then staff also emails the plot holder. So there is some back and forth. They're given time to correct the change. And then ultimately, if they correct it, then we move on. If they don't correct it, then we take steps to do final warnings, and then they would need to vacate their plot if they don't ultimately follow the rule or make the correction.
And lastly, with the slide that you show, the long line of leads, I think Speaker Jackie is right. Maybe it's time to explore some more spaces that could serve, as additions to our garden plots. So that's something that, again, with the congruence of the council, would be something for the staff probably to look at. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Renee.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Chua?
Thank you, Mayor. And I do echo Councilmember Barbadillo's ideas as well. And I would like to ask Renee. Renee, I know you're asking for direction tonight, so you can formulate a more solid process or procedure for the Cesar Chavez garden. So, how big again is the plot at the Cesar Chavez? Did you say?
There's 600 square feet each.
And how many do we have?
There's 48 plots. 6 of those are designated for the Milpitas Unified School District. So we often have Weller School or other schools come over and work those plots. And then there's 3 that are dedicated to the city. And we can use those if we want, or dole those out to the residents.
So, okay. So part of the study, I think I would suggest is dividing those, not like you said, not into 10 plots, but into smaller plots. And do part of the study also see if anybody who's been gardening for X amount of years, maybe I'm just throwing numbers, maybe 10 years, they can have their own plots forever. I mean, because they were doing it for a long time. So we give them that option, because you can have more plots now. And I don't know what the recommendation would be, but something that you can look into, giving anybody with, I don't know, I'm thinking 10 years or 15 years, whatever their recommendation would be, giving them their plots forever. So that's one. And then the new rule will apply the 7 years or whatever. Yeah, the 7 years that's recommended by PRCRC. And also, there are some like abandonment of the plots. We need to address that on how specifically what you're going to do with them, after three times notice or 30 days notice or 90 days notice, then they don't have that ownership anymore. So whatever the number is, I give it up to you. And also we have this long-term plan, which is more strategic, but we also need to address immediate needs. And that's part of fixing the gate, taking care of the weeds, the cleanup. We need to have a cleanup, a scheduled cleanup, if you will. So the gardeners can see that, every end of the month or first week of the month, there's somebody cleaning up. We need to put that in your SOP, standard operating procedure, which you have now, I know, just updating it. Also, the suggestion of more community gardens. I know we have a Parks and Recs master plan. Maybe we can look into that closely, bring it up to the council. And for the cost, I know you don't have the cost right now to do all this division of the plots, the cleanup and the gate. I would suggest, if it's okay with you, to bring it up for for the budget session, so we can allocate some funds for it and not wait another year. That's all I have for now, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And now we have Councilmember Lin.
Thank you, Mayor. Community members, I do feel your concern. For you to sit here for 3 hours, well, actually 2.5 hours, to wait to speak, to voice out how much you care for that plot that you have. You've been there, taking care of it, invest your money in it. But I asked you to consider others that's on the list waiting, and they have not had a chance. And we call this a community garden. This is why Milpitas is so beautiful, because we care, we share. 7 years for you. Give people a chance to get 7 years so that everybody gets that chance to enjoy going in there, making friends, talk to the plants. I do wish that we have more plots so that everybody can get their own plot and doesn't have to be on the waiting list or to lose that beautiful plants that you put down there and wait for it to grow. And 7 years later, you just saying goodbye to it. It's heartbreaking. I do know that. And Renee, I do not want us to make any decisions tonight, if possible, Mayor. Renee already scheduled to have a tour at that garden. I would like for us to tour the garden and maybe meet some of the gardeners in there, talk to them, look to see what you guys have in there. And then we can talk and discuss further on this. So no actions tonight, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments? Okay, we have Vice Mayor again. I have a couple of comments as well. Yeah, I do. Does Anthony, Councilmember Fan, do you have any comments? Councilmember Fan, do you have any comments?
No, I think.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So I have a couple of comments. And thank you, Renee, for that presentation. So, you know, I was raised in Sunny Hill, so I know exactly where the community garden is. And I know it's been there for quite a while, the Cesar Chavez Community Garden. One of the questions I have is, so Renee, is that water, the water is recycled, correct?
Correct, Mayor.
Okay. And I really do have a concern about the maintenance. There must be a better way, because I've heard several of the audience complain about the fence. And do you have a designated person that is in charge of maintaining that, the community garden?
So we do have the program coordinator over the garden, and that person goes out and tags the garden if there's any garden plots that are out of compliance or have gone fallow, which means they're not being used. And then if there's any issues with the structures or the fences in this case, then those would be put in through, we would work with the Public Works Department. So we do partner on the reporting the maintenance out there. I will check on the fence. There are 4 plots that are vacant right now. So we've been keeping up with the weeding on those plots as we wait for new rules and regulations to be decided. So, but there is somebody that goes out there regularly, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking, I know you say you depend on Public Works, but perhaps you can do some of the gardeners themselves can take turns to maintain the area. It's more like taking care of your neighborhood. Maybe you can come up with a plan where everyone can work together to maintain the garden. So the other questions I had were, let's see, I do believe that we should not exclude the single family residents. There's some folks that have an ADU in their backyard. There's some folks that have, they have other items in their backyard. We don't know, or maybe their backyard is too small. But just because they're single family residents, we should not be excluding them from using the community garden. And then going back to the 7 years, in Milpitas, the soil is clay soil. It's really hard. So the gardeners, they have to cultivate the soil. They have to condition it. And it takes 7 years for that soil to get conditioned. You cannot be planting the same plants over and over again. That's because and it takes 7 years you can plant the same plant for 7 years, but after 7 years, you need to start planting other types of plants because it's not good for the soil. But I think gardeners they know that. So I'm good with the 7 years. And I do believe that we're all about, this is about equity, being fair, because there's a waiting list of 100 and how many?
118.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of 118 folks that have been waiting. And it's just not fair for someone to just be using it for 20 years. You need to share. So I do believe that every 7 years, you should take turns. And you said that the plot size are 20 by 30, which are pretty huge. Mm-hmm. I believe that we should reduce, maybe not all of them, but at least, be versatile. We have some diverse size plots, and reduce the plots. And because I think you need to create opportunity for other residents to use the community garden, because we don't charge, right? We don't charge them, right?
We do charge about 25 cents per square foot or so. It's nominal. So
you do charge?
Anywhere between let's see, right now it's $90 to a year to have a garden plot. And if you're a senior, then you get a 25% discount. And if you are in a low income household and qualify for MAP, that amount is then reduced up to another 75%.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, then more reason to have a diverse size plots. You get what you pay for. If you have a bigger plot, you pay more. So, I think that we need to come up with a plan of maintenance, and that probably should include the gardeners themselves. I'm sure they would be happy to be part of that, take ownership. And that way they can, it was mentioned that some people don't follow the rules. That way they can have some kind of reporting system. And as I mentioned, reduce the size, include the single family residence, keep it for 7 years. And again, designate people to take care of it, because it's all about fairness and equity. People should have the opportunity to use the community garden. And I do believe with Jackie Romero, who mentioned that we should have more. Right now, we're looking into Vasona Park to open up a community garden there. However, 50,000 was the last estimate for that little size area. And it's because of the water. You have to put all the infrastructure for the water. I mean, it would be nice to have a lot more community gardens in the city, but it all comes down to cost. Then I'm going to jump to the Delano Manong's community garden. Now, I saw a fence there. Perhaps you should put some ivy around the fence so that way you won't have the weeds growing like the one at Cesar Chavez. And that one, do you use potable water? Is it Hetchy water or Valley water? For the
Oh, Mayor, I know it's potable. I don't know the source out there. I believe that's probably not
Probably
Hetchy, but I
That's
couldn't.
probably Valley water. Okay, yeah,
Probably.
it's hard water. Okay, well, those are my comments, and I'm going to let I think Vice Mayor wants to speak on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, Renee, you have a lot of directions now from the council. We're not deciding anything. We're just giving you some thoughts and directions. And one thing that I would ask is I really would like to know how many of the gardeners have been there for 20 years. Because I still do feel, not right now, when you come up with your presentation next time, I really do feel that these gardeners who've been there a while should get their own plots forever, because we're going to subdivide those things anyway. So we're going to have more, and I think they deserve their own since they've been there for a long time. That's all my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you. Any more comments? Okay. So with that, what the recommendation is just to come back, correct?
Mayor, we were asking council to approve the rules for Delano Manongs, but hearing council direction today, we're happy to come back with all of it, just taking your direction.
Well, I think from Vice Mayor, I think the Delano Manongs Park is okay. It's the Cesar Chavez Park.
Okay, so then if council is okay with the proposed recommendations for Delano Manongs, then we'd ask to move forward with that. And we'll come back with recommendations for Cesar Chavez.
Do you need a vote for that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's take a vote. Hold on a minute. Actually, a motion, sorry. Okay, hold on, let me.
You guys.
Who wants to make the motion? Vice Mayor? I see your hand up.
Okay, move to approve the Delano Manong's garden rules and regulations and come back with can I do it in one motion, City Attorney? Come back with the recommendation for the Cesar Chavez Community Garden.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. So it was moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. So now we will call for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. So that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, now Acting City Manager on item 14.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 14 is adopt a resolution for exception to the 180-day wait period in accordance with California Government Code Section 7522.56 and 21224. Our staff contact is our HR Director, Nick Raish, but we do not have a presentation for this. Happy to provide just a verbal update and take questions. This is an item where we're asking to bring back a retiree within the 180-day wait period for a specific scope of work related to a personal matter that the prior HR Director was involved in.
Okay, so let's see. We're going to call public comment. Is there anyone in public that would like to comment on this?
I have no speaker cards and there are no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, City Clerk. Now moving on to council discussion. Is there any member on the dais that would like to discuss this item? And we have Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I may I speak, may I call on HR Director Nick?
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor.
Hi, Nick. I just want to make sure that we're clear on the scope of work, that is specific and concise, that and can you repeat the scope of work, please?
Madam Vice Mayor, this is specific to subject matter expertise related to a personnel issue and is for a limited duration only, several days over the next several months.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So Nick, I have one more question for you. So how long is that duration for? Because I think that's what the concern is, because there's been people double dipping, and so that's an issue.
This is a very limited scope. In totality, it's probably less than 4 days. Though with these types of issues, I can't guarantee you it won't be 5 or 6, but in general, it's going to be limited to less than 80 hours of work over that period of time.
Okay, well, I'm glad for that clarification. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may add, we have a term of agreement which ends June 30th as well.
June 30th, so it would be more than 4 days.
Over a period of time. So because this is related to a personnel matter, so we do have a defined end date, and between now and June 30th, we would need the services for a couple of days or maybe 3, depending on how long the hearings.
Okay. All right, I'm good with that. Let's have we have the council discussion. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? Seeing none, let's have a motion. Councilmember Lin.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution for exception to the 180-day wait period in accordance with the California Government Code Section 7522.56 and 21224. And also approve the authorize the acting city manager to execute the limited term scope of the employment.
Thank you. And then is there a second?
I'll second.
It was seconded. It was motioned by Councilmember Lin and seconded by Anthony Fan, correct? Okay. All right, now we're going to take the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you for that. Pass unanimously. Okay, now it is time for future announcements and future agenda items. Are there any, acting city manager, you have any future agenda items?
Mayor, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, and council members, do you have anything to report? Any announcements? And I see Vice Mayor has your hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one request, and I already reiterated this to our HR director. I would like to see, since we have a lot of vacancies, I would like to see a job fair specific for all the job openings here in City Hall. It's kind of like job fair open house type thing for all. We have about 40 something vacancies. So I would like to see an event for that one sooner than later. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Lynn.
I also have a request. If we can go back to not having the panel where you switch it to red because it's so disturbing.
Not having the
It's
what?
taking much time. And if you are going to control people from speaking, you give them the limit of 3 minutes. Control the community, not us on the council and not behind the dais.
So
To go back to our old
Oh, that-
way of using the mic, because right now, after we press the green button, we have to wait for the red button. It's like you are in control of this whole panel, and we have to wait to get the permission to speak. I feel like I'm having my mom all over again on this dais.
Well, one of the problems why we went back to this way was because we had council members that were speaking out of turn. Usually there's a decorum of respect when you are called on, then you speak. But you had people speaking out of turn. So that's why we went back to this. And I'm thinking maybe because of what I've noticed is that when city clerk speaks, I have to wait till she's done. And then when I don't see her name on here, then I can press it, but I can't press it before that. So maybe we can have maybe I'll just have to remove Suzanne's name and we'll figure it out. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Maybe you could stop being so controlling.
So let's have a consensus on. Let's have a consensus on Vice Mayor's proposal. And we need to vote, correct? To do the job fair.
You would be voting to put it on the council request
On the list.
Yeah.
On the list.
By roll call, Councilmember Barbadillo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Mon.
And I'm an aye. Okay, so we will have that on the list. I also wanted to add, there was a time when we had, it was the Community Advisory Commission would have a contest of all the homes that were beautified. But I'm thinking we should have businesses that are, maintained, beautiful businesses that, and they get some type of an honor, a certificate. And maybe if we can have staff look into that, bringing that back, and maybe since you're the liaison to the CAC, maybe you can bring that back, or have staff look into that. It's really to make sure that our businesses are looking nice, to beautify Milpitas. So, would that need a consensus on the list?
If you're directing the liaison to bring that up to the Community Advisory Committee, then she could do that on her own. If you're directing staff to look into that, then we would probably need a consensus to add it to the list.
So I'd like to ask the acting city manager, what would you think would be the best way to have the CAC, or do you think that we can do it as city staff?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not sure what the CAC's work plan is. I'd probably need to just look into that. If you wanted to put it on the list, if there was a wish to move forward with consensus, we could put it on the list. We're coming to you with the prioritization discussion in June. So that could be looked at then as well.
Let's try the CAC if you don't mind first. And if there's going to be a problem, then we'll bring it back to put it back on the list. Thank you.
So can you please clarify again what you need for me to present to the AC? What is awarding the
So,
commercial?
you know how we used to have the homes that would be like the nice homes that were really, they're spruced up, they're the nicest looking homes.
The neighborhood, what is that by Robert? Robert, yes, yes.
Yeah, but
I did that.
yeah.
But the front one, the front yard, what is that called? Neighborhood beautification.
It was
The one that we judged the,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? The one that we judged the front yard only, and they come and we give them certificates. You remember that one?
Were you here?
Yeah, if they're well maintained. If the front yard of a resident is well maintained, then they can even recommend themselves,
Is that the
part
Lawn
of that.
Busters?
Huh?
Is that the Lawn Busters program?
No, it was a different program. It was
It was by
the most
Robert.
beautiful house in the neighborhood, and they
Yeah,
would
you
go
can
and just-
recommend your neighbor and said, "Oh, you have a beautiful front yard. I will recommend you to the neighborhood beautification something something." I'm sorry, I forgot
Yeah,
the
the
name.
CAC was in charge of that.
Yes, CAC was in charge, and you're asking mayor
The same
to do the
concept.
same
The
concept
same
for a
concept
commercial.
with commercial. you know.
Okay, okay, I will ask CAC then. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Ashwini.
All right, so I think that's it. I don't see any more hands, and thank you very much. And meeting adjourned.